And that happens occasionally. It happened to Chris Ryan too, and he didn't know. He's like, I thought this would work, and he's like, it's usually red, and I'm like, yeah. Whenever it does it, it just defaults back to like NMPRC Miguel Wuhan. But then you just do not me, even though that is you, but not me, but that's what we use. And then you just do NMPRC video because that's the one that streams that setup, and then it turns bright red.
Okay. Okay, so I got it.
And it does it occasionally. It doesn't do it every time, but it does it like 1 out of every 4 times.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna email you 3 guys the link now.
And what time do you have it at?
9.
Okay. Okay. And just remember, like I had told you, if you stopped it, then it generates a new link. Like if you take a break, so you just have to like turn off the mics or something,
Okay.
or you just tell us, like, let's say, how long's your meeting? Just an expected.
Probably early afternoon.
So like 9 to 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
9 to 1:30. Okay. If you remember, if you happen to accidentally stop it and you guys have like a lunch from 12 to 1, then you just tell us, oh shit, I stopped it. Hey everybody, I'm gonna do a new link and I'll email it you before, and then like call us or anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Miguel.
All right, no problem. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Chris. Okay. I just had the same problem you did with the YouTube link. Yeah. So Miguel helped. Yeah, Miguel helped me. Yes. He said this happens like every 1 out of 4 times. Yeah. I'm going to issue the order hopefully before my hearing starts. Don't worry about it. I put those dates on my calendar, so I'm pretty confident those are the dates. So I'm going to run with those. That might be right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that. Yeah, I'm proposing December 2nd. Yeah, and I did that because, well, I think that's plenty of time for them to implement everything by January 1st. And then you run into the Thanksgiving holiday and that kind of screws things up. So what I'm going to do is the order will say anybody who objects to doing that needs to file an objection by Wednesday. And if no objections are filed, then the review period will automatically be December 2nd. I hope not. I mean, EPE would be, I think, the only party with any interest in not doing that. And I don't see any prejudice to them. They might not want this to serve as precedent to do this in the future. That's really the only reason I can think they'd object. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye.
Are you bringing Dad's cell phone? Because when you get here, call me because I'll probably have to bring you in the house a different way because Gabe's got a job that starts at 8 o'clock. So the dogs don't bark. But call my cell phone because the house phone will be turned off because he can't have the house phone ringing either.
If I need help. My camera isn't
What's that?
My camera isn't working.
You can't use them.
Oh boy, I don't know what to do about that.
I'm gonna see if I can remedy it. Is
Okay,
this Glick?
yes.
Hello, Judge. This is David Lee, the court reporter.
Hi, nice.
I can see you. Okay.
Yes.
Did you say?
No. I'm gonna log out and log back in.
Okay, I'll admit you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Anna.
Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm just testing my microphone.
Sure.
Okay. Very good. I'll be quiet.
This is, it failed. Let me try plugging this in and see if this works.
Anna? Anna, are you hearing everything being repeated?
No.
There it goes. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. I can see you, David.
Hi, David. It's Anna.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Did you remember, Carolyn, did you remember to turn off or close the YouTube
Oh,
when you open it? There was one window you needed to close that
okay.
causes the echo.
Thanks, Anna. That was the problem.
Okay.
Anna, I had that same problem that Chris had setting up YouTube. Miguel says it happens about 1 every 4 times.
Okay.
But he says it's up now. I'll check.
Oh, I can check too. Oh, but if you check, you're gonna get the noise.
I was going to check on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, true. It's right there. And it's named Carolyn Glick's personal meeting room.
I know. I should have changed the name.
That's fine. Okay.
this on my. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that there's a copy of my testimony.
It's right here.
Good.
Steve, are we gonna have to take the exhibit binders back and forth probably then? 'Cause I have-
I'll do that.
Okay.
Hopefully when it's the person down at.
Steve, could you help me? This isn't, my laptop isn't recognizing my headphones.
Ms. Padilla, you may want to mute yourself.
Oh.
Brad, I think you can take off your mask.
I have the cleaning crew in the office. Here.
Oh, okay.
So.
I thought you were alone.
No. So when she leaves, I'll take off the mask. Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good day.
Thanks.
Hey, this is Mike. I just want to see if my microphone is working.
Yes, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. I just hope the volume on, I've called in, so.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a stable internet connection, so I called. I'm borrowing somebody's landline.
Are you calling to make public comment?
Yes.
Okay. I can hear you, and I'll get to you soon after we get started.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Steven Schneider. I'm calling to make public comment.
Thank you. Again, I'll get to the public commenters soon after we get started.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Yes.
This is Leslie Padilla. I'm just having a slight technical issue with my audio. So if you could give us maybe 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Sure, let me know when it's fixed.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
this is the reporter. Whoever appears for public comment needs to spell their name.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. First and last.
Okay. We'll get started in a minute. We're waiting on one of the attorneys who's having difficulty with her audio.
I think we're all right. I'm good.
Okay, it looks like Miss Padilla has fixed her problem.
Thank you.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go on the record. We are here today for a public hearing in case number 20-00087-UT regarding Public Service Company of New Mexico's 2021 Electric Energy Efficiency Program Plan. I'll start by taking appearances from the attorneys, and then I will take public comment. We have several persons who are here to make public comment. Who appears for Public Service Company of New Mexico?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Leslie Padilla, on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico. With me is Ryan German, and our witnesses are Zachary Johnson, Nicholas Phillips, and Mike Setledge.
Who appears for Western Resource Advocates?
Sydney Beatles, thank you.
Who appears for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy?
Stephanie Zer.
Who appears for the New Mexico Attorney General?
Robert Lundeen, good morning.
Who appears for New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance?
Kelly Gould.
Who appears for the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority?
Al Harris.
And Keith Harmon.
I excused Bernalillo County from appearing. Who appears for commission staff?
On behalf of commission staff, this is Bradford Borman. I'm joined by staff's witnesses, John Reynolds, Raj Solomon, and Mark Tupler.
All right. And another party, New Mexicans for Utility Safety, intervened in this case. Arthur Furstenberg, its president, informed me he would not be able to participate in the hearing because he is unable to get internet access where he lives. Did I miss anyone?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry.
I do wish to speak. I don't know if I was acknowledged or not. Just checking.
Yeah, I'm going to move on now to public comment. Each of you will have 3 minutes to make public comment. And I need each of you to state your name and spell your name, first and last name, for the court reporter. So the first person I will call is Ona Porter. You may speak.
Good morning and thank you. Ona Porter, O-N-A-P-O-R-T-E-R, on behalf of Prosperity Works. And I am here representing low-income individuals and their needs for energy efficiency. We have in the last year provided energy efficiency retrofits in 50 homes in Albuquerque in partnership with P&M. We are this year working on 300 additional homes right now, and I think we're at about 190 of those completed, and I've asked for 200 more. In our work providing energy efficiency, we are also doing an extensive survey of the needs, interests, concerns, and values and beliefs of low-income people. And in that process, one of the things that we have discovered is that these were all homeowners. 60% of them are living on $10,000 a year or less in a family size of 2 to 4. It's no surprise then that they have deferred food, medicine, and also medical care in order to pay utility bills. One of the things we found that was interesting also is that when asked if they knew of anything that could help them either with energy efficiency or to pay their bills, of the 50, none knew anything. When we stated all the possible resources that were available, 3 knew something. What this tells us is that the current business models of reaching those most in need is not working. And our work, which is highly effective and efficient, is working. We have had community leaders working with community people. And this is actually directly in line with Mr. Geller's direct testimony in the case, asking for additional funds for low-income, be directed at low-income energy efficiency. And also his suggestion that we need to be working with community groups and neighborhoods and consult with stakeholders in order to increase the low-income household participation. So one of the things that points to the need for this as well is that we have in August approximately 28,000 P&M customers who are subjected to termination for arrearages that they can't afford to pay. So the other thing that I wanted to mention with respect to Mr. Giller's testimony is that the addition of $424,000 plus that is related to the underspending in 2019 be directed specifically to the low-income population. And with that, and also the consideration for outreach to community, one of the things that I wanted to indicate is that outreach to community is not simply an activity that one does with no resources behind it. So in the cases that I have just described, we have in fact assumed all of the costs of doing this community work. And we think in this case and all future cases that there should be a set aside for community to be paid for the work that we're doing. So about $40,000 is all that it takes for us to do 300 homes with our community leadership team. And we would ask that that be considered in this case and future cases. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Next, Alicia Drew.
Hi, my name's Alicia Drew, ELYSIA-DREW. I'm expressing my opposition to the approval of case number 20-00087-UT because in March of 2011, in New England, over a period of 3 days, I was electromagnetically injured by AMI automatic metering infrastructure, electricity smart meters, and their associated repeaters. I suffered from hours of total paralysis at a time, temporary blindness, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. My temperature went from its normal 97.9 to 106 Fahrenheit in in an hour. I had a transient ischemic attack and had to flee to another part of the state where a doctor diagnosed me with electromagnetic hypersensitivity. And from there, I had to flee to southwest New Mexico. and I've been stuck here since then. I've had to live completely out of range of all electricity AMI. I'm unable to use a cell phone, a newer computer or car, or travel through places with electricity AMI because I develop a paralyzing, really high fever. I have never fully recovered from these exposures. Since the installation of the water smart meters, though they only transmit one way every 5 seconds, I've lost a tooth, developed chronic cutaneous sensory disorder. Which
I'm sorry, ma'am, this is the reporter. Can you slow down? Since the water smart meter.
Porphyria. Wireless man-made radio frequency, or RF radiation, is a toxic potential carcinogen in the same category as DDT and lead, according to the World Health Organization. 4 different doctors have confirmed that because of a mutation in one of my HLA genes, which are the genes that control the immune system, I cannot metabolize this toxin. Over the last 5 years, due to mounting evidence of non-thermal health effects from exposure to this RF toxin, there's been a growing outcry for a much more stringent exposure safety standard from the FCC. Electricity AMI transmits 2 ways, thousands of times per second, interrupting biological processes such as heartbeat, cell division, and neuronal communication. They also haven't saved customers money, and because of dirty electricity spikes thousands of times a second, some of them have caught fire and caused house fires. The International Journal of Oncology in June of 2017 wrote a review called World Health Organization Radio Frequency, Radiation, and Health. In 2014, the World Health Organization launched a draft of a monograph on RF fields and health for public comments. It turned out that 5 of the 6 members of the core group in charge of the draft are affiliated with International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, an industry-loyal NGO, and thus have a serious conflict of interest in the scientific evaluation of health hazards from RF radiation through ties to military and industry. In 2015, 28 doctors and scientists International Scientific Declaration on Electromagnetic Hypersensitivity, or EHS, and Multiple Chemical Sensitivity said, the trigger for illness can be acute high-intensity exposure or chronic very low-intensity exposure. We therefore ask all national and international bodies and institutions to be aware of this critical environmental health issue and to take urgently their responsibility to the public. And to the public is me paraphrasing to summarize. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Next, Mary Ellen Underwood. Is there a Mary Ellen Underwood? Okay, I'll move on. The next person, Oshana Spring.
Hi, O-S-H-A-N-A, Spring, S-P-R-I-N-G, and I am against this. The track record for smart meters leaves much to be desired. Why would anyone trade in their analog meter that has been dutifully trudging along for decades with no significant problem for a meter termed smart that has a probability of burning down one's home and costs way more than the old analog meter to provide you with the same amount of electricity? A qualifier on that, as the smart meter checks in with the appliances, monitoring your every electrical move. In essence, the homeowner is paying extra to be surveilled. The health issues, as recently stated, and I totally concur with those, the health issues by having a smart meter are enormous and can destroy one's life. Why are the electrical providers not sued for this? I certainly will never consent to this atrocity. Put me on record for saying that. I do not consent to the loss of my analog meter nor the replacement with a smart meter. I too have been electric EMF injured. I have heard it is not cost effective for electrical companies to do this replacement. So why are we being constantly threatened with this? Why is human activity wanting to be so highly monitored? I do not agree with United Nations Agenda 2030, the smart cities, nor the smart meters. Those who are aware will not comply. My life is mine and you don't own it and never will. No to smart meters in case you haven't gotten the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spring. Stephen Schneider.
Morning, thank you. Stephen with a V, S-T-E-V-E-N, Schneider, S-C-H-N-E-I-D-E-R. I'm representing the Taos Alliance for Public Health and Safety here in Taos, New Mexico. I am a PhD. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed pilot program to install 5,000 radio frequency smart meters by PNM. I hope at some point in the hearing we come to understand where in what area these installations may take place. I am opposed to this proposal for several reasons. First, it's my understanding that the PRC has spent considerable time and energy already investigating a proposal by PNM to install radio frequency smart meters and rejected that proposal. So why are we revisiting this issue now? I'm opposed to the pilot in that it's been well established that radio frequency smart meters propose several hazards and risks, including fires, as has been mentioned here this morning, issues related to cybersecurity, and also the health issue. As has been said, the World Health Organization has designated radio frequency as a possible carcinogen and is investigating upgrading that category to probable. I do want to very briefly reference my experience with Kit Carson Electric Co-op, a rural electric co-op here in Taos. I was responsible for negotiating, along with members of our group, an opt-out with Kit Carson Electric Co-op. And we had support from Valerie Espinoza and PRC staff, and I want to thank them. One concern I have about this pilot, and it's a continuing concern I have about Kit Carson, is that often, in fact, most cases, the member, or in this case, consumer, is not informed when the meter is being changed out. And so I would like to also register a concern about informed consent and whether people who are involved with this pilot will be informed and given the choice as to whether to accept the radio frequency smart meter. In conclusion, I want to suggest that there are technological alternatives. Somebody's mentioned the time tested analog meter. I understand there's a push to phase these out. There are other alternatives. Here in Taos, the majority of meters are still power line carrier meters manufactured by Canon. And if we really want to become innovative, let's consider using fiber optic as an alternative to radio frequency. It's safer, it's faster, and it can be implemented without a radio frequency smart meter. So those are my main points this morning. Again, I'm representing the Taos Alliance for Public Health and Safety, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment? All right, thanks again to all of you. Ms. Padilla or Mr. Ryan, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and good morning. PNM will go ahead and call its first witness, Zachary Johnson.
And David.
Mr. Johnson?
David, will you please swear the witness?
Mr. Johnson, would you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to matter of penny to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson, could you state your full name for the record?
Zachary R. Johnson.
And where are you employed and in what capacity are you employed?
I work for the Public Service Company of New Mexico, PNM. My current role is Manager of Energy Efficiency Design.
And can you see what has been placed in front of you that's been marked PNM Exhibit 5? This has also been uploaded to Dropbox.
Yes.
Could you identify that document, please?
Yes, this is my direct testimony filed in the case.
Yes.
All right.
My direct testimony followed it.
And was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony to make at this time?
Yes, I do. Page 4. Line
Excuse
12.
Excuse me, I think somebody who's on the phone bridge, there's background. If you could please mute yourself.
Welcome to Zoom. And your meeting ID.
I think it's the person
Enter your
who's,
participant ID followed by pound. Please enter the meeting password by pound. You are in the meeting now. Are more than 20 participants in the meeting.
okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson. Well, hold on. Okay, whoever just joined the meeting, you need to mute yourself because we're hearing background noise. Okay, let's try again, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I believe there are two people. This may be occurring because someone has YouTube on at the same time that they're participating in this Zoom proceeding. If you have YouTube on, please close it out. Okay, we'll try again, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Page 4, line 12. Replace 540 with 567.
Do you have additional corrections?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Page 21, line 8. Replace are with is. Also on page 21, line 9, add s after combine to make it combines.
All right, do you have additional corrections?
I do. Moving on to page 34, line 12. Replace the comma with a period and add this includes before ... $5.3.
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I think I had the wrong page. What page are you on?
Page 34, line 12.
Could you go over that again, please, for me?
Sure. Replace the comma with a period and add "this includes" before $5.3.
Mr. Johnson, do you mean the second comma on line 12?
Yes, that is correct. The second comma on line 12. Thank you. Also on page 34, line 13, add million after 4.6 and add a comma after 2023. Also on page 34, line 14, add an S after year to make it years and add million after $2.1.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, going back to line 13, you said to add a comma after 2023. Does that comma replace the period that's there right now?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you have any additional corrections?
I do. Page 43, line 15. Delete promotional cost from the end of the question.
Do you have any corrections to the exhibits to your testimony?
I do. Please turn to exhibit ZRJ2.
Go ahead.
In the header of section 4, replace 2019 with 2021.
What page is that on?
Exhibit ZRJ2.
I think it's page 20.
It is
Page 20.
Okay. Are those all your corrections, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right. And with those corrections, is your testimony, direct testimony, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves PNM Exhibit number 5, the direct testimony of Zachary Johnson, and the associated exhibits into evidence.
Is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Mr. Johnson, now I'd like you to look at what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 6. It's been uploaded to Dropbox. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, this is my supplemental testimony submitted June 3rd.
Okay. And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to this at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay. And is the supplemental testimony filed on June 3rd true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I ask you the same questions in that supplemental testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves PNM Exhibit 6 and the associated exhibits into evidence at this time.
Is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, now I'd like you to look at what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 7. It's been uploaded to Dropbox. Could you identify PNM Exhibit 7, please?
Yes, this is my rebuttal testimony filed August 21st.
Okay. And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make at this time?
I do not have any corrections to make at this time.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves PNM Exhibit 7 into evidence.
PNM, is there any objection? PNM Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Now, Mr. Johnson, I'd like you to look at what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 8. It's been uploaded to Dropbox. Could you identify PNM Exhibit 8, please?
Yes, this was supplemental testimony submitted August 25th for myself.
And was PNM Exhibit 8, your supplemental testimony, prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to this testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
All right. And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions in your August 25th supplemental testimony at this time, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Are there any objections? PNM Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would make Mr. Johnson available for cross-examination at this time.
Okay. I'll go through a list of the interveners and staff. I think this order is just the order that you all intervened in the case. It's no particular order. So first, Ms. Beatles.
Sorry. Yeah, I have no cross-examination. Is that what you're wondering?
Yes. All right. Ms. Zur.
Yes, I have questions for the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So first, I would like to ask the witness if you could pull up CCAE1.
Okay.
Ms. Zur, this is Leslie Padilla. Could you identify what CC Exhibit 1 is?
Ms. Sir, I think there's a problem with your audio or video.
I just had the Zoom meeting collapse.
I don't have any.
Let's give her just a minute. Okay, I'm going to go on with the other interveners and we'll come back to Ms. Zur when she's able to reconnect. Ms. Gould, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Herman or Mr. Harris?
Did you say Harris? I couldn't hear.
Yes. Do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, okay, I represent the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. I have a couple questions. Could you please turn to page 33 of your direct testimony? Are you there?
Okay, I am there. Yes, sir.
Okay, and directing our attention to the first full paragraph where you're talking about your demand response programs. I noticed that you state that these programs were dispatched 3 times in 2019. Is that a cause of concern?
I'm not sure what you mean, cause for concern.
Let me explain my understanding of these programs, that if the programs are dispatched and load is removed from the system, that reduces the capacity needs of the system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that they would be dispatched during the peak demand, whatever day that would be, whether that's June, July, or August. Is that also correct?
June, July, August, September, correct.
Right. And the more times that the programs are dispatched, the greater the likelihood of hitting the peak day, the peak hour. Is that correct?
Ask that again, please.
Well, if PNM doesn't know for certain what the peak day or peak hour is going to be for the year, is that correct?
You're asking if I know what day the peak is going to be?
Well, I'm asking you, isn't it correct that PNM doesn't know for sure what the peak day or peak hour of demand is going to be for the year, that they're using their best estimation of trying to determine what the peak day and peak demand is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the more times that the program is dispatched, the greater the probability that the company will, in fact, reduce the load on the peak day or the peak hour. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's necessarily correct. To me, being dispatched 3 times in 2019 indicates that for the most part during that season, we had adequate system resources.
Right, but isn't the purpose of the program is to try to reduce the capacity needs of the system? And if you dispatch the program more times, then that gives you a better opportunity of reducing the peak demand, which in turn reduces the capacity needs, overall capacity needs of the system, which in turn reduces P&M's need for capacity. Do you disagree with that?
I guess I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Well,
I'm struggling to follow you.
Okay. Well, explain to me if I'm confused here, the purposes of this program of reducing demand, the peak saver. What's the purpose of the program?
The purpose of the program is to have additional capacity during the peaking months as needed when there isn't adequate resources on the system.
Well, isn't the corollary that if you reduce the peak demand, that it reduces P&M's need for capacity, overall need for capacity? For planning reserve purposes. For planning reserve purposes is based upon P&M's projected need for capacity. And to the degree that these programs reduce P&M's need for capacity, doesn't that save ratepayers money because there's less need for planning reserves and planning capacity?
Yes, Mr. Phillips may be able to talk a bit more about the IRP process and how that ties into it.
Okay. But so it doesn't cause you any concern at all that these programs were only dispatched 3 times in 2019?
Not in and of itself. I can tell you year to date, we've dispatched the program 10 times this season for 40 hours.
Yeah, and can you tell me why the program was only dispatched 3 times in 19?
Again, it would be because there were adequate system resources and the program wasn't needed during the 2019 season.
And following up on this, would the reduction in usage reduce costs for this program or these programs? If you don't use the programs, does that reduce your costs?
No.
Okay. So the costs remain the same whether you use them or not?
Correct.
Okay. And I have a few questions on your rebuttal testimony.
Which one, sir? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, what line or what page and line?
I direct your attention to page 5.
What page, Mr. Harris?
5. there?
Yes, sir, I am there.
Okay.
And Mr. Harris, can you talk louder, please? It's hard to hear you.
Okay, I'll get closer to the computer. My questions are directed.
I can't hear, Judge.
Yeah, Mr. Harris, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Something has happened to your microphone, Mr. Harris.
Well, I don't have a microphone. I'm using the computer microphone.
That's better.
Is that better? Good.
Yes.
Okay, I moved the computer off the desk. My questions really relate to the residential compensation. I noticed that that the UCT for the residential compensations for the years 21, 22, 23 are all below unity. And corrected, so the question is, at what point in time do you say that it's no longer cost effective to continue programs that cost more than they benefit? Or do you just say indefinitely, we'll continue programs that aren't cost effective? I understand that the portfolio is cost effective, but is it any concern that particular programs always lose money?
So cost effectiveness is something that we continually evaluate and monitor. You're correct. The residential comprehensive does have a UCT below 1. Keep in mind that a lot of the programs included in the residential comprehensive serve part of our lower income markets. And so the costs there typically can be more expensive with the savings, which can impact the UCT. But UCT and cost effectiveness is absolutely important to us, and it is something that we monitor. But again, the focus remains maintaining a portfolio with a UCT greater than 1.
Correct. But as the UCT declines, as it's projected to decline, at what point in time does P&M have to cut its losses and saying we will no longer have an overall UCT greater than 1 if we continue to support programs that cost money?
But again, that's something that we continue to monitor, evaluate with respect to page 5 and the residential comprehensive in particular. We are showing a slight increase in the UCT of those programs moving forward. So our goal is to always try and keep the individual program UCTs as high as possible while keeping the portfolio above 1.
Okay. But doesn't it mean that when you have programs that don't meet unity or 1, that people, to include those in the class that are benefited, are subsidizing these programs? Since the programs cost more to run than they deliver in benefits, they're being subsidized. Isn't that correct?
At the program level, not the portfolio.
Correct, but the very classes that are benefiting are also subsidizing the fact that these programs aren't cost effective.
Objection, Leslie Padilla.
Go ahead.
Asked and answered.
Overruled. Could you repeat the question, Mr. Harris?
Yes, doesn't it mean that when the UCT is less than 1, the very classes that are supposedly benefiting from these programs are also subsidizing them? Because they're being charged for programs that aren't cost effective, even the affected classes.
Yes.
And in your view, is that a good thing that the affected classes are subsidizing their own programs that aren't cost effective?
I think it's important to have a varied portfolio, even though some of the programs may have a UCT below 1. Again, they do reach a lot of our customers that are low income or in need. And so while I understand that it's not ideal to have individual programs at the UCT below 1, our portfolio remains greater than 1, and we will continue to evaluate and try and make improvements in those programs that are below 1.
Okay, my final question is, at what point in time, how many years does it take for P&M to decide programs that are consistently year after year after year not achieving unity or cost more than they benefit? At what point in time does P&M make a decision to terminate these programs?
Again, I don't know that there's a set point in time where we would terminate. We continue to evaluate and make modifications to hopefully help improve the program UCT.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Zur, we'll go back to you. I think you were directing Mr. Johnson to look at Dr. Geller's testimony, direct testimony.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And also with your permission, I'm going to turn off my stream to avoid my computer crashing. It may just be taking up too much memory. May I do that? All right,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Johnson, do you have Howard Geller's testimony marked CCAE Exhibit 1 for identification before you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, I'd like to ask you about a recommendation he made on page 8 of his testimony to, and his request is to whether P&M is willing to consult with stakeholders periodically on the topic of ways to maximize participation by lower income households and make sure that the outreach to low income customers is working. And so my question is P&M willing to consult with stakeholders or convene advisory committee meetings twice a year?
And Ms. Zur, you're speaking specifically to page 8 where we talk about low income?
Yes, I am. And earlier I heard Ms. Porter say that she thought communications with low income customers and the outreach needs to be stepped up. And so, and particularly in these difficult times we're just asking if P&M would be willing to spend more time having advisory committee meetings with stakeholders, maybe once or twice a year, to make sure that outreach is successful?
Thank you. Yes, we currently work with Ms. Porter, and I think particularly now, as you mentioned, during these times, it would be appropriate to meet at least annually, possibly twice a year, to see how we can further strengthen our partnership and reach that segment more so in our community.
Well, that's really great. And I appreciate you all doing that. Could we make it somewhat of a more formal process that would allow other low-income advocates to intervene? In other words, more of an advisory committee than just a private meeting between P&M and Prosperity Works?
Yes, I think we could do that.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, and my next question is with regard to the testimony on page 6 that addresses overspending and underspending, over collection and under collection. So first, if you would be so kind, could you tell me what is your understanding of what an over collection is? And that is with regard to the rate rider.
So my understanding is the rider is set based on our best estimates. And as we go through the year, based on what's collected, that's trued up at the end of the year.
So that over collection of the rate rider is trued up?
Correct.
And may I assume based on that, that an under collection would be similar, but the collection again didn't match the rate rider, but this time it didn't collect enough. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Geller has asked if he provided a process for doing a reconciliation of overspending and underspending and over collection and under collection. So just one more understanding here we need to establish. Would you agree with me an overspending is when P&M spends more on its energy efficiency programs than the budget provided for?
Yes.
And an underspending likewise is when P&M spends an amount that comes short of the budgeted amount, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do you understand Mr. Geller's recommendation for the reconciliations of spending and collections as it appears on page 6 of his testimony?
Yes.
And do you agree with those recommendations on behalf of P&M?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Borman,
I have no questions for Mr. Johnson.
okay. Mr. Johnson, I have some questions for you. First, do you have in front of you, or can you quickly bring up P&M Exhibit 14, which is the energy efficiency rule?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. Could you please look at 17.7.2.7H?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and I'll just state what this says. Plan year overage means the public utilities actual prior plan year expenditures that exceeded the same plan year's actual collections. Do you understand that to mean that a plan year overage is an under collection?
Can you ask me that one more time, please?
Sure. Do you interpret plan year overage to mean an under collection?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Zur was asking you, well, let me go back. And so do you understand that under the rule, an under collection is when expenditures exceed collections?
So H reads, plan year overage means the public utilities actual prior plan year expenditures that exceed the same plan year's actual collections.
Right. So that, am I right? That's a comparison between the amount spent and the amount collected. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mazur, she was asking you if you agreed that an under or over collection compares I believe either the amount spent or collected with the budget. Do you recall that? She used the word budget in the comparison.
Okay.
Okay, do you see any mention in the definition of plan year overage to a comparison of what the utility spent to the budget?
I do not an H.
Okay, so under our rule, do you agree that the comparison is not between the budget and the amount spent, but the amount spent and the amount collected?
Yes, under H.
Okay. And let's go to I. And I'll read I for you. Plan year underage means the public utilities actual prior plan year collections that exceeded the same plan year's actual expenditures. Do you agree that that is a comparison, again, between amounts collected and amounts expended?
Yes.
And is there any mention there of a comparison between amounts expended or collected and the budget?
No.
Okay, would you go to your direct testimony at page 37?
Okay, I'm there.
So on table 8, I don't see any line for the self-direct program. Does that mean you're expecting no participants in that program in 2021, 2022, and 2023?
What do you mean by self-direct?
I thought that P&M had a self-direct program. And I think that's required by our rule.
Do you mean by self-direct programs or KIP programs that are taken home and the measures installed? Is that what you're meaning by self-direct?
No. Can you go to P&M Exhibit 13?
Okay, I'm there.
And can you go to section 62-17-9? And just look through that. You don't have to read it out loud. And my question is, do you have any customers that are eligible for that provision?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. In our commercial comprehensive program, we have self-direct programs in there.
Okay.
Those are included in commercial comprehensive. Thank you for that.
Would you turn to page 44 of your direct testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
At line 20, you start a sentence saying the incentive or rebate levels. Do you use the words incentive and rebate interchangeably, or is there a difference between them?
We use them interchangeably there.
And would you turn to page 47 of your direct testimony? And here I have some questions about the proposed AMI pilot project.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. At line 16 to 18, you state, as part of the EE behavioral program, a pilot utilizing advanced meters would allow customers access to real-time data. What type of real-time data would that be?
Energy usage.
And then at lines 18 to 19, you state, this pilot would allow customers access to a user-friendly information retrieval tool that would help them monitor and control their energy use through behavioral changes. So what kind of behavior changes might be made based on that data?
What that would allow, the data would allow you to understand energy usage in more real time. For example, if you wanted to know, say, what it took to make 2 cups of coffee in your Keurig, you could monitor your usage before, during, and after.
And would you go to page 49 of your direct testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. At line 17 to 18, you state the behavioral program would utilize AMI for participants who have an AMI meter installed should the pilot be approved. And the behavioral program that you're referencing, is that P&M's proposed residential HER program?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And how would that HER program use AMI?
Again, with AMI, we would have significantly more data available to us. And the HER program would be able to make more specific recommendations to the individual customer with the increased data usage that we would have available.
And would you turn to page 50 at lines 8 and 9?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
And the UCT you're referring to there, is that for 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is it so low? Why do you think it's so low?
The UCT for the AMI pilot program in and of
Yes.
itself individually,
Yes.
the cost and the associated savings, along with a behavioral program and the effective useful life of 1 year.
Okay. And why are the savings so low, the projected savings?
Our research has indicated to us that we do not anticipate to see a large gain in behavioral energy efficiency with AMI versus non-AMI with respect to home energy reports.
And did your research indicate why that is?
Engagement of the customer has a lot to do with it, keeping people engaged and making sure that we're interacting and helping them along their journey towards saving energy.
Did you calculate UCTs for 2022 and 2023 of that proposed program, the AMI program?
No, ma'am, we did not.
And why is that?
We were looking at a 12-month pilot program and recovering our cost in year 1.
Okay. And then would you turn to page 51 of your direct testimony?
Yes, ma'am. I'm at page 51.
Okay. And would you just, to refresh yourself, just read to yourself lines 7 through 14?
Yes, ma'am, I've finished.
Okay, so the pilot project would not include features like peak pricing or peak time rebate plans?
Not at this time, no, ma'am.
And why is that? Why didn't P&M look into that?
We were ordered to submit a pilot program, and we viewed that through the lens of only through energy efficiency. And we were trying to compare the benefits of AMI to non-AMI through the lens of a behavioral home energy report program. That's why our focus was only on behavioral energy savings associated with AMI.
And does P&M have any plans to propose a program that would include features like peak pricing or peak time rebate plans or other features that you mentioned on page 51?
I know that P&M does continue to evaluate the features that I reference on page 51 with different and new legislation coming out, for example, grid modernization, that could help the framework for an AMI filing moving to the future, but I do not know the timing of such filing or the plans to submit a filing and the timing around that.
And how would that grid modernization legislation perhaps provide a framework for such a filing?
To be honest, ma'am, I don't know how that would tie together.
Okay. So is the reason that P&M does not recommend approval of the AMI pilot program because of the low UCT?
Yes, because of the low UCT and again, because we do not anticipate seeing a significant change in behavioral energy savings between AMI versus non-AMI.
Okay, would you turn to Exhibit 2 to your direct testimony at page 6?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, in the 4th bullet down, in the last sentence, you refer to upstream and downstream retail products. What are upstream retail products and what are downstream retail products? What do those terms mean?
Can you repeat your question one more time, ma'am?
Yeah, just generally, what is an upstream retail product? What does upstream mean?
To be honest, I don't know how we are using upstream and downstream in this sentence. What I know that we're doing is looking to add additional offerings at some of our retail stores versus just historical bulbs, such as what's listed, power strips, additional cooling equipment, as long as they are cost effective and meet market needs.
Okay. And then if you go down to the 6th bullet, you refer to a midstream component. Do you know what midstream refers to?
There we're referring towards seeing how we can get distributors to stock more of that equipment so that when folks have a need, it's readily available and doesn't have to be ordered.
And then would you turn to page 42 of this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
If you go down to the 4th full paragraph, it starts in comparison. The
Okay.
last, and this is referring to the proposed HER program. The last sentence talks about a treatment group and a control group. Can you explain to me what those are?
I would need to review the RFP to provide you the specifics.
Okay. If you can, by the end of the hearing, I'd like you to get back to me on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the first full paragraph of that page talks about the SEM program. And the last sentence states that the SEM approach emphasizes the importance of equipping and enabling plant management and staff to impact energy consumption through behavioral and operational change. Can you give me some examples of behavioral and operational changes achieved under SEM programs in general?
Sure, in a broad, high level, some behavioral or operational changes, some behavioral ownership throughout your organization. When you leave a room, turn a light off, look for ways to save energy. Operational, are there things that you do through your normal day-to-day activities and processes that can be altered or changed to a different time of day or season, again, depending on the industry. Those are a couple high-level examples.
All right. And does the SEM program provide incentives to participating customers for achieving energy savings?
The SEM program encourages the participants and doesn't necessarily incentivize. The incentive comes from the savings that we demonstrate with these folks.
If you go to the next paragraph, it says up to a total of 45 customer sites will be grouped into cohorts. Do you know what cohorts are?
I believe cohorts in that text is being referred to as folks with similar industries or companies that are participating within the program.
So would members of those cohorts share their experiences, make recommendations to each other?
Yes.
Okay, and then would you turn to your June 3rd supplemental testimony? Exhibit 2.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. If you go to the third slide in that exhibit,
Okay, I'm there.
okay. On the left, in the middle, where it says your top appliance costs, and then it lists, for example, $122 for cooling. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that indicate that cooling represents $122 of the bill?
Yes, that's how I read that.
Okay. And do you know how P&M is able to estimate that?
Yeah, so Bidgely, the proposed vendor for our HER reporting, uses a proprietary software to disaggregate energy usage. So based on the algorithms and the software that they have and run, they provide this information on where the highest cost usage is within the home.
Okay. And then if you go to the next slide over on that same page, it says you're being compared to 150 nearby homes within 1 mile with similar size heating type and appliances. How does P&M know which homes have similar size heating type and appliances?
So part of engaging with the customer for this new digital home energy report platform will be working to get them to complete a survey to help us understand some of the appliances that are in their home. In some cases, it'll be pre-populated based on some of the information that we do know.
Okay.
So yeah, so hopefully as we engage with the customers more and they provide more information in the home energy report survey, we'll be able to more accurately compare to similar homes. But again, if folks aren't comfortable with a similar home comparison, we are prepared to offer self-comparisons.
And then would you go to your rebuttal testimony at page 9?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at page 3, where you state P&M agrees to study the recommendations, and you're referring to CCAE's and staff's recommendations, and to implement them if they do not reduce the overall cost effectiveness of the programs and the recommendations address the market demands for the programs. Can you estimate how long it would take P&M to study those recommendations?
So we're evaluating and studying some of the recommendations now. I'm hoping to have most of that completed by the end of the year as we move into the new program year. We are working with them and via Evaluator to try and understand some of the impacts moving forward. But my goal is to have those evaluated and prepared to move forward with those at the start of next year.
And would adopting those recommendations increase the budget?
Possibly, not necessarily though.
Okay, and why do you say not necessarily? If they're recommending that you add certain measures, why would that not necessarily increase the budget?
Because I don't know that just adding additional offerings in and of itself will increase the budget until I have an opportunity to sit down and really look at it.
Okay. And then if you go to the next page, page 10, at lines 22 to 23, you state P&M does not agree with increasing the 2022 and 2023 budgets as CCAE suggests to mitigate COVID-19 in the commercial comprehensive program. And why is it that P&M does not agree with that?
In working with our implementers, there are some concerns that we would be able to effectively spend that level of funding in those future years in just the commercial comprehensive program.
Okay. Do program participation levels change with changes in the UCTs?
I have not evaluated participation as it correlates to UCT ebb and flow.
Okay. And then my last question is, am I correct that the proposed rider rate only collects the baseline incentive? So any change to the sliding scale mechanism will not change the proposed rider rate?
I believe that is accurate, but Mr. Settlage can probably confirm that.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And when we get back, we'll go to redirect. And I want to remind you that redirect and recross include questions relating to the questions that I asked. So let's come back at 10:45.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Robert Lundeen. I believe you skipped over me when we're going through cross-examination. I didn't have any questions, but I don't know if you want to reflect that on the record.
Thank you, I will.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
Ms. Padilla was inadvertently disconnected from the call and is dialing back in, so she'll be with us in just a moment. Thank you.
Okay.
So Your Honor, I'm getting the stream again, and if my internet gets spotty, I plan on just turning off my camera, if that's okay with you to just do that as needed.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Padilla, are you ready?
I am, thank you.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back on the record. And Ms. Padilla, you may direct.
All right.
Mr.
Mr. Johnson, the hearing examiner asked you some questions about the 2021 program plan, the exhibit to your direct testimony. I wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions about that. On page 6 of the 2021 plan, the fourth bullet, the hearing examiner asked you about upstream and downstream retail products. Do you now know what those terms refer to, and can you explain them?
Yes, ma'am. The way that we're using these terms in the fourth bullet and what they mean is mentioned there are some new offerings in addition to bulbs like power strips, cooling equipment. And when we talk about,
I'm sorry, sir, in addition to
the bulbs in our lighting program, we're looking to add advanced power strips, cooling equipment, and upstream refers to savings at the retailer. Downstream is still mailing in rebates to get those savings.
Okay. On page 42.
I'm sorry, one moment. On page 42 of the program plan, the hearing examiner had a question about the HER program and specifically asked about the difference between the treatment group and the control group. Can you now tell us what those two groups are?
Yes, the treatment group will be the folks that are enrolled in the Home Energy Report program and receive the reports. The control group will be the folks who are not participating in the program, and that's needed to evaluate the savings associated with the Home Energy Report.
Okay.
Thank you. The hearing examiner also asked some questions about the energy efficiency rule, overages and underages, and asked in that regard about Dr. Geller's testimony, and let me see if I can get there, about his proposal. One moment. I apologize. Was it in his rebuttal? Page 6. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Page 6 of Dr. Geller's testimony, where he proposes a method to address underages and overages. if the commission were to conclude that a variance is needed in order to adopt Dr. Geller's proposed method of handling this, would PNM support a variance?
Yes, PNM would support a variance as described by Dr. Geller.
Okay. Mr. Harris asked you some questions about PNM's Peak Saver programs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know if participants in the Peak Saver program are allowed to opt out of events?
Yes, ma'am. Participation in the Peak Saver program is voluntary.
So given that, does PNM know exactly the amount of capacity that can be reduced in any given event?
It depends on who participates ultimately in the day of the event.
So if some participants opt out, then you wouldn't know that you can reduce any given amount, correct?
We would know what they had nominated and that they wouldn't be participating.
Okay. In 2019 and 2020, did PNM have any participants in Peak Saver opt out of events or otherwise reduce the amount of capacity that the program might have provided?
Yes, ma'am. In 2020, we've had some participants elect to opt out of events.
Okay. Those are all my questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Before we go on, I just want to state for the record that Mr. Lundin reminded me that I spoke to him in asking if he had any questions for cross-examination. He told me he did, but I wanted to state that for the record. Okay, next, Ms. Beatles, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Ms. Zur?
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lundin?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Gould?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Harris?
No questions.
Mr. Borman?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. You're excused.
Thank you, madam.
And PM, you may call your next witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you. At this time, PNM would call Nicholas Phillips. Mr. German will be presenting Mr. Phillips.
And good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. If we could have just a minute to set up Mr. Phillips here. I'm sorry for the delay, but just.
Okay, all set.
Mr. Phillips, would you
On wires.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, could you state your name for the record and tell us your position with PNM?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Phillips. I'm the Director of Integrated Resource Planning for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And have you reviewed the documents marked P&M Exhibits 9 and 10 that were uploaded to Dropbox?
Yes, I have.
And can you identify those two exhibits?
Those are my direct and rebuttal testimonies presented in this proceeding.
And were those testimonies prepared by you or at your direct?
Yes, they were.
And just to be clear, P&M Exhibit 9 is your direct testimony and P&M Exhibit 10 is your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any corrections to make to either testimony?
I do. So if we go to these, there's 3 corrections. All 3 are on my direct testimony. On page 2, line 13, in the question, the letter R should be deleted from integrated. It should read integrated. On page 7, line 13, the reference to table NLP2 should reference table NLP1. And on page 14, line 16, delete the last S from increases to read increase.
Thank you. And with those corrections, are P&M Exhibits 9 and 10 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the exhibits were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I will move the admission of P&M Exhibits 9.
Any objection? Did you move the admission of both 9 and 10, Mr. German?
Yes, I did.
Okay. P&M Exhibits 9 and 10 are admitted.
And Mr. Phillips is available for cross on those 2 exhibits.
Ms. Beatles, any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Ms. Zuer?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lundin?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould?
No questions.
Mr. Herman or Mr. Harris?
I have some questions. This is Mr. Harris. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Dal Harris. I represent the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. I have a few questions for you. Turning to your direct testimony on page 13. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. On your table NLP3, I notice on this table that the carbon emission prices kick in 2025. Why was this date selected?
This was a forecast that was developed for us by Pace Global. This was the recommendation from them as to when potentially a carbon tax may be promulgated by the federal government. It was based on their recommendation.
Okay, and if that forecast doesn't pan out and carbon emission prices aren't established, what impact would this have going forward, starting in on the UCT?
If the carbon emission prices were removed from the dispatch and consideration of those prices as they would flow through to energy costs, it would tend to reduce the avoided energy costs over time and thus reduce the UCT. However, due to the overall decrease of carbon emissions in the portfolio as we move forward towards meeting our 2040 goal of zero carbon, there is less and less carbon emissions that this price is being applied to. So it's not going to be a one-for-one or linear relationship. It's going to have minimal effect, especially going further out in time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, on page 13 of your direct testimony, on line, I guess it's 5 or 6, you're talking about an economic benefit.
I believe you're at the sentence, while P&M proposed portfolio of demand-side resources is expected to provide an economic benefit.
That's correct, and that's shown on my on what I copied is line 6. But anyway, that's what I'm referring to, the economic benefit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are the economic benefits?
The economic benefits provided by the demand response programs are reductions in the cost to serve customers, either through the addition of capacity resources to meet system coincident peak demands and reliability requirements, or through the requirements to provide energy to customers throughout the year.
Now, I had previously asked some questions regarding the number of usages of those programs. Is there potential of increasing the economic benefits on the capacity side through greater use of the programs?
You'll need to refresh me or clarify your question. Are you referring to the statements earlier that related to the number of time the demand response programs were called?
Yes, that's specific.
Okay.
Okay, and by increasing the number of times the programs are used, does that has the potential of increasing the economic benefits?
Increasing the times that the demand response programs are called would minimally reduce the economic benefits, mainly because the demand response programs provide very little in the way of energy savings. And when you increase the number of calls, you're more so looking at energy as opposed to capacity. Furthermore, the current demand response offerings that are offered through and recovered under the the EUEA are voluntary and allow customers to opt out, thus providing very non-firm capacity in a sense. So it's very difficult to assess whether you can truly avoid capacity from these programs. In particular, we saw in 2020 a significant reduction of the amount of capacity those programs provided due to customers opting out and not providing the capacity they had previously offered to deliver.
Okay, and what are the number of participants?
In which program?
You're referring to the capacity program.
Well, there's 2 capacity programs.
Well, both. How many participants do you have in those programs? Each.
Subject to check, I believe the residential program, which is the Power Saver program, has somewhere around 60,000. I'm not sure if it's active units or participating customers. That's something that we should check with Mr. Johnson, or would have been a better question for him. The Peak Saver program is much smaller, I believe on the order of 70 customers who participate in that program. But again, I would want to double check that number.
Okay, and has PNM made any efforts to increase the number of participants?
That would have been a good question for Mr. Johnson.
You don't know the answer to that.
I do not know the answer for that. I do know that we are attempting to solicit more demand response through an RFP that we issued recently to provide replacement resources for the San Juan replacement portfolio. That is not an expansion of these existing programs, though.
Okay, and as far as the capacity, it's my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the capacity savings comes from when you drop load, then you don't need as much capacity to, because the load has dropped. Is that correct?
The capacity savings are specifically related to firm capacity that we can count on for long-term planning decisions in order to reduce the amount of supply-side resources that provide capacity and planning reserve margin requirements to the system. because the existing programs are voluntary and allow customers to opt out, such as we saw this summer, we are having to reassess the amount of capacity reductions which they can provide, specifically due to the flexibility and voluntary nature of those programs.
Okay, is there the potential then of when somebody signs, what are the benefits to a participant of signing up for one of these programs?
Again, this would be a better question for Mr. Johnson, but the participants receive a payment based on the amount of capacity that they drop. And that's, beyond that, I don't know the exact way the payments are structured or how they are sent to the customers.
Okay, thank you. Would it be possible then to change the arrangement the PNM has with the participants to firm up in terms of, say, numbers of times that they could be expected to actually drop their load? Has PNM looked into that?
I believe that would require a change in the contractual arrangement with the vendor in order to make that change. We are specifically asking for a more firm, non-flexible type of participation in the current RFP for demand response resources to make sure that if we are going to use those resources for firm capacity, that they are something that we can count on going forward, not allowing customers to opt out at will.
Okay, and would that, if those changes were made, do you think that that would actually firm up the amount of demand response?
There would have to be a number of things looked at, ensuring that the program was a full requirement for customers to participate and not allowing them to opt out. I would also want to look at things such as the contractual length. We have a process that takes, a couple of years or longer in order to get replacement resources. So we would want to try to align the duration of program participation with our process that would allow us to replace that capacity should customers want to drop out, as well as we would want to look at the number of hours that could be called each year, number of events, all those things we would want to look at and try to make it look more like firm capacity, not a voluntary program.
Would that be a good thing to do?
There's a trade-off because the more restrictions you put on a program, the less flexible the program is, typically the less customers are going to want to participate, because most people, what's known as kind of a fatigue effect, where if you call more events, customers tend to drop out. And so if you were to make the program more restrictive, it's likely that you would have less customers sign up, thus possibly requiring a higher cost for the program. So it's a balance. The programs right now were set up to be flexible to try to encourage as much participation as possible, but therein lies the problem when we're trying to count it as a firm resource.
Right, but from PNM's perspective, wouldn't it be a good thing to take a look at to instead of speculating on it, is to actually determine what the impact would be of trying to firm up those programs?
We exactly are doing that with the current RFP that has been issued, and we are awaiting responses for.
Then it's your response is that you will have a better idea of whether or not it's tenable to put more restrictions on it from this program that you're entering into?
I'm afraid I don't understand your question.
Well, you stated that you're putting out an RFP, I believe, for 24 megawatts, and that they'll look more like a firm contract. Is it your testimony then that this potential program, or this RFP, will give you a better idea of whether or not PNM could enter into firmer contracts in the future for the other programs that you have?
It is not our intention to change or modify the existing programs at this point. The RFP that was issued is asking for a firmer product with less flexibility to customers. We will see what the bids come back in that, and if there are we will get an idea of what the price is, what the availability is for customers to participate based on the vendors that are bidding into it, and see if that's a type of product that customers are willing to participate in. It'll give us a good comparison against the existing programs, which have more flexibility.
And if it turns out that there is still interest, would PNM be willing to firm up the other agreements that they have in place?
That's outside of my area. Again, those contracts are in place and those would need to be renegotiated, but that would have been a question for Mr. Johnson to answer.
Okay, let's see. Turn to your rebuttal testimony.
What page?
4.
I am with you.
Okay. And I
Yes,
noticed
sir.
there's, on looking on that table, NLP2, that there's substantial amount of variability in the avoided energy cost. Could you explain to me why we're seeing this variability?
Well, the avoided energy cost is a function of many variables on the system, including the natural gas price forecast, the carbon emissions forecast, renewable energy resources on the system, and the amount of energy that they are delivering each year, variable O&M, any type of cost that varies with the amount of energy output. When the energy efficiency is removed from the load versus when the energy efficiency savings are not removed from the load, it's that marginal energy cost that leads to the avoided energy costs here that are presented in the table. One would not expect them to be uniform over time.
Yeah. Have you actually done some comparisons of the projections versus, what you realized over time?
We have not done any backcasts, if that's the question. When you're looking at making planning decisions, you use the best information known at that point in time. You going back and saying to yourself, well, what if I had known what I know now then, is a very imprudent way to assess the programs.
Well, it's not, my question isn't for assessment. My question is this, that if it turns out when you take a look at what you're projecting versus what actually happened, and it turns out that there's no correlation between projections and occurrences, doesn't that tell you that you've got the wrong programs or something is wrong? So my question goes to, again, have you made any assessments to see whether your projections that you're basing all your planning on is realistic?
Well, I believe the assumptions and the projections are realistic. We use the best information we know at that point in time. We make decisions based on the information that we know. Going back and saying, well, if I had known what gas prices would have actually been 3 years later than what they were when we made our forecast is immaterial to trying to determine whether a program is expected to be cost effective going forward.
Well, I think we're talking past whether or not one another, because it's not, the question isn't directed towards, what your knowledge, what you would have done if you had different knowledge. The question is directed towards, is your methodology for trying to project your future costs, it may be the best you have, but does it turn out when you look at it that it's in the ballpark?
And if we were to go and plug in actual gas prices, actual carbon emissions, actual loads, actual energy efficiency savings, I wouldn't expect them to line up specifically with the forecast. The forecasts are used based on projections of variables over time, including most gas prices are tend to be forecasted to increase when, if we look back over the last 10 years, they've stayed relatively flat. As you noted earlier, there's carbon emission pricing built into the forecast, because most experts will agree that at some point in time, there's going to be a federal carbon emission price. But even though most experts have agreed with that, over time it has not materialized. So trying to go and say, if I had known the things that I'd known today a few years ago, would I have been correct? That's not the way that we do planning. We use the best information and projections known at the point in time today to make a decision about the programs to use going forward.
We're still talking past one another. That's not my question. It's not second guessing what you did, is to show if your projections, when you feed in all the data into what actually occurred, if your projections are 100% off, isn't that useful information saying we better try different methodology about coming up with what the costs are going to be so we can establish the programs.
And I understand your question. I just disagree that it has much merit in terms of assessing how we should look at things today as well as going forward. I don't know today what gas prices are going to be 2 years from now. I use a forecast. I make my decision today. If I was to go 2 years from now and say, was my gas price forecast correct? It's going to be off. But the projections that we made based on the best information at that point in time are still relevant.
You know, granted, your projections are always going to be off because that's what they are, the projections. But if the projections are giving you meaningless data, then isn't that useful information?
But I don't think the data is meaningless. We use the projections to make decisions about the programs. We use the best available information at that point in time. You know, I believe that the M&V verifications at the end of each year go back and look at a historic backcast to make sure that the programs are still coming in cost effective. But if I'm making a decision about a program to put in place today, I can't know with 100% certainty what my avoided energy costs are going to be going forward. I use the best information that I have today to make a decision today about those programs.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Borman, any questions?
I have no questions for Mr. Phillips.
Phillips, I have one question for you. Would you turn to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, please?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm there.
Okay. And I'm looking at the question you posed at line 7 to 9, which is, what is your response to CCAE and staff's recommendation that P&M provide a T&D avoided cost study within its next EE and LM plan application? I don't think you ever actually directly answer that question. And so I'm wondering, does P&M agree to provide a T&D avoided cost study with its next EE and LM plan application?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Now, that's something I did commit to in my direct testimony. The point of this particular answer was to state that we will still have to assess the particular methodology, but we will provide the study.
Thank you. Okay, P&M, you may call your next witness. Oh, no, sorry. Is there any redirect?
No, I don't have any redirect.
Okay. Is there any cross-examination? I mean, read cross.
No, Your Honor. This is Stephanie Zer.
Okay, hearing none. Mr. Phillips, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
And P&M may call its next witness.
Thank you. So we will call Michael Setledge. He had to step away for a second, and I apologize for the short delay here, but if we could have about 30 seconds to a minute to get him situated, and then I'll announce when he's available.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Setledge is available.
Mr. Setledge, would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Mr. Sutledge, could you state your name for the record and tell us your position at PN?
Mr. Sutledge, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I think I had my microphone in the wrong spot. Is that better?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My name is Michael J. Sutledge. I'm a pricing principal at P&M.
And Mr. Sutledge, have you reviewed the 2 exhibits that were uploaded to the Dropbox for this case? And specifically, it's P&M exhibits 11 and 12.
Yes, I have.
And can you identify those 2?
Yes, exhibit 10 is 11 is my direct testimony and 12 is my rebuttal testimony.
And were those testimonies prepared by you or at your?
Yes, they were.
And do you have corrections you would like to make to either?
Yes, I do. Of my direct testimony on page 9, this is on lines 12 and 13. There should be a period on line 12 after commission, and the remaining part of that sentence on line 13 in 2018, which is the rate currently on the commission website, should be deleted. I have another correction on my exhibit 3, page 3 of 5. This is in section D of that one, lines 3 and 4. It's got 2020 for the year, and that should be 2021. So replace 2020 with 2021 on both lines 3 and 4.
Can you go over again, Mr. Sutledge, where that is?
Yes, sorry. That is on my exhibit, P&M exhibit MJS 3.
Okay.
And on that exhibit, section D.
This is page 3.
This is P&M exhibit, yes, page 3 of 5, yes.
Okay.
And then section D, lines 3 and 4.
And you're changing that to 2021?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutledge, with those corrections to your direct testimony, are P&M exhibits 11 and 12 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the exhibits were asked of you here today, would your answers be?
Yes, they would.
I will move the admission into evidence of P&M exhibits 11 and.
Is there any objection? P&M exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted. And Mr. German, I just wanted to tell you that like the last word of your sentences, I'm not hearing. I don't know what's going on. But.
Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm on mute and I've been temporarily taking the mute off. And I think in doing that, I've been putting it back on a little too quickly and it's cutting off the end of my sentences. So I'll stop doing that practice, but thank you for letting me know. And Mr. Sutledge is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Beatles, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Ms. Zur?
No, I don't have any questions, but if I might say one thing to Mr. German, sometimes if you're simultaneously transmitting your video stream and receiving everyone else's, that takes up a lot of bandwidth, so that I'm still hearing a hesitancy and you're breaking up. If you turn off your stream with the hearing examiner's permission, that might resolve the problem and we'd be able to hear you better.
Okay, and I will try to speak up too. That might help. But thank you, Ms. Zur.
Mr. Lundin?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris or Mr. Herman?
No questions.
Mr. Borman?
I have no questions for Mr. Settlage.
Mr. Settlage, I just have a couple questions.
Okay.
The first one is a question that Mr. Johnson deferred to you, and that is, am I correct that the proposed rider only collects the baseline incentive, so any change to the sliding scale mechanism would not change the proposed rider rate?
You are correct. That is right.
Would you turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 1, please?
Yes, give me just a moment. All right, I've got that.
At line 17 to 19, you state, effective May 28th, 2020, the EE rider rate changed to 3.298%. As a result of PNM's reconciliation of the approved incentive for 2019 with the actual incentive collections in 2019. Am I correct that that was an increase to the rider to collect a $477,000 over collection of PNM's 2019 profit incentive?
I don't believe that's correct, subject to check. I think that was just a change because we did the reconciliation and true up that we do each year in a separate proceeding. And that was just the updated rate for that year. When we originally filed, we had used the then current rate, which is the one from 2019. And this was just subsequent to that. And after we submitted this testimony, that rate changed. And so this was an update, just to use the rates that are now current.
I see, thank you. Do you know what the average monthly use is for a PNM residential customer?
I know it's approximately 600 kWh.
And do you know the average monthly use for a PNM small power customer?
One moment, please. I believe that is 2,000 megawatt hours, kilowatt hours, but I'm not positive. I'd like to be able to correct that if necessary.
Okay. And I'll allow you to come back if we have an opportunity to correct that.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I have. Is there any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Is there any recross by any party? Okay. Mr. Settlage, I won't excuse you since if the opportunity comes, we'll have you come back to answer that question.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. German, I believe that concludes the presentation of PNM's witnesses.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Zur, you may call your witness.
CCAE calls Howard Geller.
Mr. Geller, would you raise your right hand, please? I'm swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Geller.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and position for the record, sir?
My name is Howard Geller, G-E-L-L-E-R. I'm the executive director of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We go by the acronym SWEEP, SWEEP. Our address is 2334 Broadway, Suite A, Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
Testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy, CCAE.
Do you have before you two exhibits that have been pre-marked as CCAE1 and CCAE2?
Yes,
Could you tell me what are those exhibits?
exhibits are my direct testimony and my rebuttal testimony.
And is your direct testimony CCAE1
Yes,
and the rebuttal is CCA2, correct?
yes,
Do you have, let's see, was your testimony and your rebuttal testimony prepared by you?
yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
I do. I have one correction in 2 sentences on page 11 of my direct testimony. Starting on line 13, page 11. At this time, I would strike the words "is in" and substitute "has concluded." Line 13.
I'm not following you, Mr. Geller. What page are we on?
The copy I'm looking at is page 11, line 13. Is that a paragraph that starts another consideration for the program in your version?
If you'll let me, I think that's line 15, not 13.
Okay. Sorry, I printed out the version that I had saved and it's slightly different. My apologies.
Could you go over that correction again, please?
Right. In that line, starting another consideration for the program, strike the words "is in" and substitute for those words "has concluded."
Thank you.
The process recently was concluded after I had written my testimony. And then 2 lines down, there's a sentence that starts, "assuming that." In that sentence, strike that entire clause, "assuming that," all the way through next year. And substitute "in light of this," comma, and then continue as is.
Mr. Geller, just to clarify, would you mind reading those 2 sentences with the corrections all the way from another consideration to new construction period on line 19?
Certainly. Another consideration for the program is that the state has concluded the process of updating the mandatory statewide building energy code from the 2009 IECC to the 2018 IECC period. In light of this, comma, P&M should revise incentives and incentive qualification levels in order to continue to promote above code new construction.
Do you have any corrections to CCAE Exhibit 2, which is your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions contained in your direct and rebuttal testimony today, with the correction you made to your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to move CCAE 1 and 2 into evidence.
Is there any objection? CCAE exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
I pass the witness.
Okay. Ms. Padilla or Mr. German? Ms. Padilla, you're muted.
Oh, thank. PNM has no questions for Dr. Geller.
Okay. Ms. Beatles?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Lundin?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould? Ms. Gould, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Herman or Mr. Harris?
No questions.
Mr. Borman?
I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. I do have some questions, Mr. Geller. I had asked Mr. Johnson his understanding of the terms upstream, downstream, and midstream in the context of energy efficiency programs. Can you give me your understanding of those terms?
Yes, I would be happy to do that. Downstream programs refer to programs where the incentive is paid directly to the end user, the customer. The midstream program involves incentives paid to some party upstream of that end use customer. I think Mr. Johnson mentioned distributors. So like the distributors of air conditioning equipment that provide that equipment to the contractor. The contractor can also be a midstream individual. So incentives are paid to them for stocking and selling equipment. And upstream generally refers to the manufacturers of that energy efficient air conditioning equipment or lighting equipment. And some programs have incentives that are paid, only to one level, and some programs have incentives that can be paid to multiple levels. Say an incentive midstream as well as an incentive downstream.
Would you turn to your direct testimony at page 6?
I'm there.
Okay. My question is directed to your question and answer at line 7 through the bottom of the page. Were you here earlier when I was asking Mr. Johnson about the definitions of underage and overage in the commission rule?
Yes.
And I asked him if those definitions talked about a variation between the amount collected or expended and the budget. And he said no. My understanding is you're recommending something different. Can you tell me if that's correct? And if so, what you're recommending?
Yes, I think I am recommending something a bit different than how this has been done in the past. And that is due to the fact that in the past, meaning through 2020, there were a certain set of circumstances, namely that PNM was directed to spend 3% of its revenues on these programs with the $75,000 maximum for any one customer. And starting in 2021, because of the change in the law in 2019, the EU EA was amended and it provides a band that utilities are allowed to spend between 3% and 5% starting in 2021. And in fact, this new plan proposed by PNM calls for spending, I think, around 3.5% of projected revenues. So it's not, it will no longer be a certain percentage. There's a ability to move that percentage depending on the amount the utility believes is justified given other requirements in the rules and in the law. So because of that situation, the rules are in the process of being updated. That hasn't concluded yet. And what I've proposed here, which I think we heard PNM is in agreement with, is a set of adjustments, two particular adjustments that are reasonable and appropriate given the changes in the law.
So could you kind of flesh that out for me a bit more, why you think your proposed change is appropriate because of the change in the law?
Yes. So there's two paragraphs in this response. The first paragraph addresses a variation between the amount collected based on the approved tariff rider for any particular year, starting in 2021, and the approved plan budget. And rather than that being treated as some underage or overage, that would get reconciled through an adjustment in the tariff rider in the subsequent year. So that variation for 2021 would be factored into the tariff rider that's approved in this case for 2022. So that's adjusted through the tariff rider adjustment. The second paragraph addresses any variation between program expenditures and the approved budget. Okay, and that would get treated as it's now treated, as an underage or overage that gets added or subtracted to the approved program budget 2 years later. Because that's the way it's done now, where you find out what this overage is or underage in the year after the programs are implemented, and then apply that in the next year. I gave the example there that for 2021, we learn by the spring of 2022, what difference there will be between actual expenditures on the programs in 2021 and the approved budget. And that gets added or subtracted to the budget in 2023.
Would you turn to your direct testimony at page 14?
Yes, I'm here.
At lines 15 to 19, you state that you support increasing the budget for the commercial comprehensive program in 2022 and 2023. Am I correct that that means you're proposing a higher energy efficiency rider rate to collect those monies?
Yes.
Just a moment, I'm looking for something. Okay, I'm gonna, through share screen, show you Mr. Johnson's rebuttal testimony. This is page 9. Can you see that? Mr. Geller, can you see the rebuttal testimony that I've put up?
Yes.
Okay. So he says, starting at line 3, P&M agrees to study the recommendations, and he's referring to those of CCAE and staff, and to implement them if they do not reduce the overall cost effectiveness of the programs, and the recommendations address the market demands for the programs. Are you satisfied with that response? Or are you asking for something more?
I'm satisfied with them studying them in a serious way and implementing them if they don't reduce overall cost effectiveness. And however, I would like to have some feedback, and would like to see some dialogue and perhaps even written responses that justify their response to each of the recommendations, and an ability to talk about their responses and what they will do and what they won't do. So I think a directive to reply to the commission and the parties in the docket about this in some formal way would be justified and requested on my part here.
Okay, now I'm showing page 21 of Mr. Johnson's testimony. And he has been talking about P&M's revised sliding scale mechanism that it's proposing in his rebuttal testimony. And he says starting at line 2, P&M has spoken with staff and CCAE about this proposed incentive, and neither party is opposed to it. Is that correct with respect to CCAE, that you are not opposed to it?
Yes, CCAE accepts the design of the sliding scale portion of the incentive proposed in Mr. Johnson's rebuttal testimony.
And so are you no longer proposing the sliding scale mechanism from your testimonies?
Well, I still believe that what I proposed in my direct testimony is reasonable, but P&M goes most of the way to meeting my original proposal in its rebuttal testimony, and I don't object to what P&M is now proposing, but I would say I don't withdraw my original proposal or no longer believe it's a reasonable proposal.
All right, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you. Ms. Zur, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any recross?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Geller. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, Mr. Borman, you may call your first witness.
Better unmute myself. Staff would call as first witness Mr. John Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reynolds.
Good morning, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as a Utility Division Director.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2021 energy efficiency program?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
You should have before you a document marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify Staff Exhibit 1?
That is my direct testimony filed in this case on July 31st.
Okay. Was Staff Exhibit 1 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
None other than the ones that were marked on the exhibit and filed into Dropbox.
Do you have those changes just to make sure that everybody has identified them? Do you know what they are?
On page 7, line 3, the word "and" in the middle should be "an," A-N.
And so the D should be deleted?
Correct.
Okay.
On page 18, line 2, after the word "result" and before the word "PNMs," insert "from." On page 19, line 18, PNM should have apostrophe S at the end of it. On page 20, line 2, the same change here. PNM should have apostrophe S at the end of it. Page 21, line 8. That should be, instead of CFL, it should be LED. page 27, line 6. The word BEEN, B-E-E-N, should be struck. And after implemented and before and, you need to insert such a program. On page 28, line 3, after incentivizes and before to, insert P&M. On page 34, line 20, grants in the middle should be grant without the S at the end. So strike the S. And I believe that's it.
Thank you. If I asked you today the same questions that are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
I have one change on page 11.
Oh, okay.
It's the question that starts on line 12 concerning the rulemaking docket that is currently open. My response at the time was based on a misunderstanding of a commission order. And so that, since I've corrected my understanding of the commission order, staff has filed a response on August 12th. And so this matter is, the ball is in the commission's court, if I may put it that way, on this matter.
Okay. Well, thank you for that update. So then I guess I'll ask you if, are the answers that you have in Staff Exhibit 1, are those true and correct to the best of your knowledge as you have corrected and updated them?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 1 as corrected and updated as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. At this time, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 1.
Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Padilla or Mr. Green?
Madam Hearing Examiner, P&M has a few questions for Mr. Reynolds. Hi, Mr. Reynolds. Good to see you, if only on Zoom. I have some questions related to what the hearing examiner just asked Dr. Geller about the profit incentive and the sliding scale mechanism. In your direct testimony, and this is at pages 28 and 29, you generally agree with P&M's proposed sliding scale mechanism to incentivize the company to achieve savings beyond its savings goals under the Efficient Use of Energy Act, although you propose a somewhat different starting point, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you agree that the base incentive could be achieved by P&M if it achieves 80 gigawatt hours of annual savings, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And your direct testimony is that the sliding scale shouldn't kick in until P&M has achieved a level of savings beyond a significant level of savings, I think is how you put it, beyond the base level savings, right?
That's correct.
So you recommended that the sliding scale be triggered at 100 gigawatt hours of annual savings, right?
Correct.
And then your proposal would allow PNM to achieve the maximum incentive if it accomplishes 119 gigawatt hours of savings annually, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And have you read the direct testimony of Dr. Geller and the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Johnson regarding the incentive mechanism?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
carefully as I normally do, but yes, I've read it.
Okay. And like you, Dr. Geller recommended the sliding scale not be triggered until PNM has reached energy savings greater than 100 gigawatt hours, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And he also wanted to see the sliding scale mechanism incentivize greater savings than what PNM had originally proposed, with a maximum incentive reached at 125 gigawatts of savings. Is that right?
I would need to look at his testimony
Okay.
and to be sure, but and I'm looking at his exhibit HG2, and I'm now agreeing with you.
Okay. In Mr. Johnson's rebuttal, he explained that PNM would agree to set a new to set a new starting point for the sliding scale mechanism at 95 gigawatt hours, with the maximum incentive available only with annual savings of 124 gigawatt hours. Is that what you recall in Mr. Johnson's rebuttal testimony responding to you and CCAE?
Just a moment.
Sure. Mr. Johnson's rebuttal that I'm referring to is at page 20 and 21.
What is the exhibit number?
That is PNM exhibit. Where's my list of exhibits? Exhibit 7. So just to repeat the question, in Mr. Johnson's rebuttal, he agreed that he explained that PNM would agree to set the starting point for the sliding scale at 95 gigawatt hours of savings, with the maximum incentive available only if PNM achieves savings of 124 gigawatt hours.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you agree that this would be a good resolution of the incentive mechanism in this case?
I agree that it's a reasonable resolution.
Okay. And staff wouldn't object if that were the proposal in this case, correct?
Staff
would staff?
Staff's position is the same as CCA's position.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Mr. Reynolds. Thank you.
Ms. Beatles, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Zur,
CCA has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lundin,
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould,
No, Your Honor, I have no questions.
Mr. Harris, or Mr. Herman?
This is Dal Harris. I do have a question of Mr. Reynolds. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. What time is it? It's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Okay. My question goes to your recommendation found in your direct testimony on page 36, lines 7, 8, and 9, where you're discussing the extension of the Power Saver and the Peak Saver programs. We were given testimony today that regarding the programs and the lack of certainty of exactly how much load would be dropped because of customers being, opting out of shedding their load. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Okay, and there was also, I'm paraphrasing this testimony, that the new program that's going to be put in place will give them a better idea of whether the costs of firming up those agreements. Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay. Does that impact, if it would turn out that the report would show that it'd be cost effective to firm those agreements up so that PNM could count?
Mr. Harris, I'm losing your question. If you could start again, please.
Based on that testimony, would it still be wise to extend the contract without amending it if it could be cost effective to firm them up?
But my understanding of the current contract status is that it runs through 2022. And the extension would be for a single year to 2023 to match with the 3-year plan that's the subject of this case. Now, with regard to firming it up, I mean, I've been generally aware of the opt-out provisions in PNM's demand response programs, or we also call them load management programs. And that's been the case from going back many years now. I think that balance of how firm it should be relative to the cost of the program and the flexibility to opt out that may be necessary to attract more participation, the risk of participant fatigue when there are too many events. I recall testimony at prior hearings on PNM energy efficiency programs that dealt with that. I think this has been a subject that I don't know that there's a clear answer. I mean, this is what PNM has in place today. There's a contract that continues until 2022, and at this point, to extend it by a year to match the 3-year program that's the subject of this case, I think is a reasonable request.
Yes, but my question is really this: if the new program shows that it'd be cost effective to firm up those contracts by eliminating the opt-out provisions, wouldn't it be wise to do that in 2022 rather than after 2023?
Yeah, I agree with the premise of your question that if the RFP shows that there's an approach that would make the capacity more firm at a cost that where the UCT remains greater than 1, then I think it should be looked at.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Reynolds, I have a few questions for you. Would you turn to your direct testimony at page 20?
Yes.
And my question, I guess, isn't necessarily limited to your testimony on page 20, but your discussion of the baseline used by P&M for saving relating to the substitution of bulbs. And my question is, are you saying that the baseline should perhaps be a CFL bulb rather than a halogen bulb?
Sorry, Judge, your voice is muffled. Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, sorry about that. Mr. Reynolds, are you saying that the baseline should perhaps be a CFL bulb rather than a halogen bulb?
I'm saying yes, that I believe the baseline of a CFL bulb would be a more accurate or realistic baseline than a halogen bulb.
And is that what the independent evaluator is considering?
I don't know if the independent evaluator is considering using CFLs as a baseline. But my understanding is that the independent evaluator is looking at updating the baseline.
Okay. And am I correct that using a CFL bulb as the baseline would result in less projected savings because the difference in energy use between a CFL bulb and the rebated bulb would be less?
That's correct.
Could you see in
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
Did you see in Mr. Geller's testimony that he is proposing that the 2021 budget be increased by 424,000 approximately in the amount of a 2019 overcollection?
Yes.
And did you see that P&M doesn't oppose?
Are you asking me if I saw that P&M did not object to it and agreed with Dr. Geller? Yes, I saw that P&M agreed with adjusting the 2021 budget by the overage for 2019.
What is your position on that?
I agree with that.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any redirect for Mr. Reynolds.
Is there any recross? Okay, thank you.
P&M has no recross.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. You're excused.
Thank you.
Before we go on, there's two witnesses left. I don't think it'll take much more than a half hour. David, would you like a break or would you just like to go on and finish?
I'd like to finish, but if we could have a short break, like 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Okay, let's do that. And let's come back at 12:25.
Thank you.
Raj, you'll be next.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I still on hold? Boy, being on the phone with this hearing is,
So the speaker isn't working on your?
no, I plugged this into my, well, I kind of need to pee before we come back real quick. So, well, I'll say something and see if there's some way, if maybe she also would have, maybe Carolyn would have a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Borman, you may call your next.
Thank you. Staff calls Raj Solomon.
Mr. Solomon, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Solomon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as the Bureau Chief of the Engineering Division, Engineering Bureau of the Utility Division.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2021 electric energy efficiency program?
I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare testimony regarding that application?
I did.
You should have before you a document that has been marked as Staff Exhibit 2. Can you identify that document?
Yes, sir, I can. It is my prepared testimony in this case.
And was Staff Exhibit 2 prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I have 3 minor corrections, sir, if I
Okay.
may.
Could you walk us through those?
Yes, sir. On page 5, line 2, The concept of avoided costs, that's a typo. It should be replaced with the word costs, COSTS.
Oh, I'm on the, okay. Okay, so remove the A.
Remove the A.
Are there others?
There are two more corrections on the same page, page 5, line 13. Insert the word make, M-A-K-E, between either and incremental.
So it would read, the utility could either make incremental investments.
That is correct.
Are there any more?
There's one more on page 6, line 16. Add D to the word use, so it would be used instead of use.
So it would read P&N used in avoided cost value.
That is correct.
Are those all your corrections?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in staff exhibit 2, would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
Yes,
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
they are.
Do you adopt staff exhibit 2 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to move staff exhibit 2.
Any objection? Staff exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Padilla or Mr. Booth?
We have no questions for Mr. Solomon.
Ms. Beadle?
No questions, thank you.
Lord?
GCA has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lundin?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Harris or Mr. Herman?
No questions.
And I have no questions. So thank you, Mr. Solomon, very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
What, I get no redirect?
Sorry to ruin your day.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Borman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Staff calls Mark Tupler.
Can anybody hear me?
I can.
Excellent.
Mr. Tupler, would you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter no pending to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tupler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. I am a utility analyst in the utility division.
And as part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2021 Electric Energy Efficiency Program?
Yes, sir, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, sir, I did.
You should have in front of you a document that has been marked as Staff Exhibit 3. Can you identify that document?
That is the direct testimony that I filed on July 31st.
Okay, was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
By me, yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I don't at this time.
Thank you. If I asked you today the same questions that are set forth in Staff Exhibit 3, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir, they are.
Do you adopt Staff Exhibit 3 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, I would wish to move admission of Staff Exhibit 3.
Any objection? Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted.
And Mr. Tupler is available for the inquisition.
Ms. Padilla or Mr. German?
Hey, Mark, can you turn on your video?
I should be there.
I see him.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm not. Oh, all right. I see you on the bottom here. Never mind. Okay, you're on here twice.
Yeah, just kind of a function of how my end works here, but I hope it's for everyone.
Okay, I see you. Never mind.
And I can see Mr. Tupler as well.
Oh, we can.
Sorry, Leslie. Yep. PNM has no questions for Mr. Tupler.
Right.
Ms. Beatles, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Zur?
No questions from CCAE.
Mr. Lundin?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gould?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Harris or Mr. Herman?
No questions.
Okay. And I have no questions, Mr. Tupler, so you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tupler.
Great, thank you.
And that concludes staff's direct case.
Okay. Does PNM wish to move into evidence exhibits 1 through 4?
I'm glad you asked, Madam Hearing Examiner. I was actually going to mention that myself. We are prepared to. I mean, in an ordinary hearing, I don't think that we would, but you had asked that we have them available, and we're happy to offer exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the record. Do you want me to identify each one of those, or?
Yes, and I'd like you to move them into evidence just to ensure we have a complete record.
Sure. All right. PNM Exhibit 1 is PNM's application with all the appendices. I've been informed that the copy that we uploaded to Dropbox did not have the label PNM Exhibit 1 on it, so I would just note that. PNM Exhibit 2 is advice notice 567 that we filed in this docket. PNM Exhibit 3 is a copy of the affidavit of publication that we filed in this docket that contained exhibits that showed the actual notice that was published. PNM Exhibit 4 is the notice of errata that PNM filed regarding the energy efficiency 2019 annual report. And PNM would move admission of those 4 exhibits, 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the record.
Is there any objection? PNM exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 are admitted. I see Mr. Settlage is back. Did you want to respond to the question I asked you earlier, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, I would if that's all right.
Yes.
So a better number is 1,500 kWh per small power customer.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Does anyone have anything further before we talk about briefing? Okay.
No.
Actually, I have one more thing before we talk about briefing. I tried to through bench requests to get different calculations of UCTs to reflect possible recommendations by me.
I'm sorry, Judge, you're cutting in and out. I tried through a bench request.
To get different calculations of the UCTs to reflect different possible recommendations by myself. I realize that the record may not include tables showing participation and budget levels resulting from my recommendations. And I wanted to ask if anybody would object to me asking P&M after I have come up with my recommendations to produce, if necessary, tables showing revised participation or budget levels to reflect my recommendations and to admit that document into evidence. Would anybody object to that?
P&M would not, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, I hear no objections. With respect to briefs, I really myself don't feel the need for them. I don't think that there are that many contested issues left. However, I suspect from Mr. Harris's questioning that he might want to file a brief. Is that correct?
No, the Water Authority doesn't feel the need to file a brief.
Okay, does anybody want to file a brief? If you do, I will set a briefing schedule. If not, I will not.
I'm perfectly willing to not file a brief.
Hey, may I have just a minute to consult with my client? I can get right back to you very quickly.
Yes.
Thank you. CCAE does not want to file a brief. Thank you.
This is your last chance. Okay, you want to file a brief? Going, gone. I'm not going to set a briefing schedule then.
Okay.
So is there anything anybody wants to raise before we go off the record?
Madam Hearing Examiner, would that mean then that we would just expect a recommended decision from you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. I hope that someday we get to meet in person. And I really appreciate everyone's participation. Thanks very much, David. And we're off the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for no briefs.
Thank you all.
Judge, is that it for today and tomorrow?
That's it.
All right, and do you need the transcript? I assume, yes?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
What's up?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.